particle as an anti-particle. Negative side. Instead of light.
Right, testing the mic. Hello, 1, 2. Everything seems to be good. How is everybody this evening? Dread Mechanic back for some more Apex Mech survival nonsense. And I see we've already got a couple of people in the chat, so hello Player 1 and hello Engineered Coffee. How are you doing, guys? Right, so I have been away from this for a couple of weeks because of some illness and stuff, but we're all basically back to normal again now. So where were we? Last time we were... Still annoyed about that gap. I need to replace that wall with something else. Last time we were building a docking bay for this guy. That's what we were doing. And I had gotten as far as making a platform. I welded up all the bits here off stream, so I had a decent place to start from and not spend the first 20 minutes just welding blocks. So I want to build some kind of docking. Oh, what's that? Player 1. Should be redeem Skullface. I've typed in the right words, in the right combination. There you go, that's the one. Yeah, there should be a link to a list of the Streamlabs things. There we go, more skull faces, can't go wrong with them. Yeah, there should be a list, link to the list of all of the Streamlinks redemptions in the description of the stream. I think it's the one, I think I put biohazard symbols around it. It should be at the top of the description somewhere. Right, so we need to build a docking platform for this dude. What did I do? Oh yeah, I set him up with a button for the walk controls and the crouch controls. Yeah, and he can turn, he can walk back and forwards. He's got a gyro balance system. Right, so platform. What I want is for him to be able to walk up the hill. Would be nice. There we go, physics engine catching up. I want him to be able to stand on the platform in the centre and then have something lock him into place. and then rotate him around like the other docking bay, and then be able to release him again. So, what do I do? Because he's a big wide boy compared to some of the others I've done. Now, I can either line the floor with mag plates, which would then lock his feet down, but he would only be connected by the feet, and he'd be quite wobbly. If I want to get any sort of pistons and clamps and things on here, I'm going to have to widen this platform up a bit, and it's already quite wide for what is ostensibly a small grid. What's that? Only 7 points. Need to step up your skull collecting game. Ah, just spam the chat with messages. I think that's how Streamlabs works on YouTube. It's all based on how many messages you send in the chat to get the points. Yeah, okay. So, ways I could get him to rotate is, can I reach that rotor from here? Oh yeah, I can't fly to get any closer, can I? No, I can't reach through that, through there with build vision. No, damn. Well, he's going to need some kind of clamps, realistically. Something to grab onto his legs. Now, that is... I've put that... Yeah, that is the bottom layer, so I should be able to get away with building on top of that. Let's just add a few more plates onto the side of here. I haven't still got any cheaty stuff on when I was doing thumbnails. No, cool. Bum ba bum bum bum. So I came out another 2 of them either side. You could do with being more in the middle. Would be quite helpful, to be honest. You are way over to one side. Sound of exploding. No, I think that was just the sound of exploding unknown signals. Not too bothered about them. Right, let's kind of wiggle you into the middle for a minute. That's kind of nice. Oh, hey Chad P, how are you doing? Now, do I want him standing up, or do I actually want him crouching when he docks? Because otherwise I'm going to have to build a platform to get up to the top of him, so I probably want to take that into account realistically. Yeah, we get his feet to sit there when he... Yeah, so we aim for the middle of the docking platform, get the feet roughly in the centre. His back end hangs over that a little bit, which I'm not a massive fan of. There's the standing up straight option where he is nice and centred. But that defeats the point of him crouching. How shall we do it? Decisions, decisions. What's that? As long as I don't have an ejector dropping all lumps when it squats, it should remain YouTube friendly. Yeah, this one will be fairly YouTube friendly. There's nothing sketchy dropping out the bottom end of him. Just trying to decide how I want to do this docking platform, because when he's squatting down, he's off center, and I can't really do a whole lot about that. Without aiming him further forwards. In fact, I need to get into that cockpit. Number 8, stand back up. So we get him to walk that far in and get him to squat down. Then the middle of him is centered, but I'd have to very drastically adjust that platform. I might just, for sake of simplicity, go for the standing option. And we can just build a platform to get into him. The crouching thing can just be a handy tool for getting in and out of him. So if we have him roughly centered, can we get back a little bit more? Oh, a little bit too far. And too far to one side now. Ooh, what's going on there? Right, there we go, that's roughly in the middle. Why not have an asymmetrical rotating platform with him on further forward, crouching for access? Is really the thing. Yeah, I know, it is, isn't it? Okay then. Yeah, okay, well we'll have to redesign the platform and make it a little bit longer at the front without grinding out the floor underneath it. So if I take these off and just square this up all the way up to there. Yeah, because I would like him to crouch down into the docking system. It's just because the way the feet are designed, they kick forwards slightly. I can't really fold them up with them centered under his body and still have him reachable in a decent way. He'd still end up being really tall. Okay, right, let's replace them then. It's gonna be an absolute pain. Oh, just the thing the wrong way around. There we go. He needs to be respond ready, fast access of fighting. Yeah, I get what you're all saying. I do agree. I was just feeling a bit lazy. Right then, in that case, we're going to do a symmetrical docking thing. Oh, why do I keep doing all these streams in survival mode? Such a pain to build them one by one. So glad blueprints are a survival thing in SE2. And so is all the building tools like symmetry mode. Right. Yeah, nearly got them all in. Cool, okay. Okay, alright then, so let's reassess this again. Let's jump into you. Let's stand back up. Let's not volley ourselves forwards too much. So if I bring him up to... about there. Right, if we crouch there, where's your back end sitting? Basically in the centre. Okay. So we need you to sit around there. Ice low. Well, I'm glad that that warning I set up worked. Alright. We'll give that a second. We will just go and grab some ice for the farm. And top that back up again. Do need to redesign the docking connector on this so we can get over the hills a little bit better. Now, just go quickly top up with some more ice so the farm doesn't run out. Now I need to think about how I'm going to grab that mech and what exactly I'm going to do with it. What have we got here then? There's a hole. Oh yeah, we were going to dig out the stuff at the back first, because it makes more sense. Oh, lightning storms, go away. What have we got here? There is a chunk of ice just under there. Get the mining target up. Park you about there. And launch the drone. Find a good angle to sit at. There we go. Oh, I don't like that the way subgrid's getting in the way of the camera now. Hideous weather. Alright, how are you doing? There's ice under there, isn't there? Yes, there is a bit of ice under there. Oh, we're getting radiation exposure out here. Let's get back in the cab. See what the drill's seeing. Why is the weather always hideous on this planet? I should have picked somewhere nicer to live. Is the remote on this not set up? It is. Oh, it's because I'm in another vehicle, isn't it? Right, that is you. Pretty much through the ice. You going to return? Oh, it's because the other drill isn't completely full, that's why. What are you doing? You're just drilling through stone now. Come on. I'll call you back automatically, or manually. That should be a reasonable little chunk of ice. Keep the farm going for a little bit longer. You landed a bit hard there. Right, we'll dump this back at base. Farm should be able to continue what it's doing. And then we can carry on figuring out what we're doing with this docking bay. Right, that's locked down again. Cool, okay. Docking bay, docking bay. What are we doing with the docking bay? Lampbot is just stationary. He is turned off for the moment because his batteries are eventually going to run out. The other week, the Moth had a tragic accident and didn't return to base properly, and I didn't notice until he had, or she had run out of power and crashed and left a crater in the floor. So the Moth is no longer, and the Moth is the Lampbot's main source of power. I mean, I can just set him off and get him going again. I think he's going to be a bit of an idiot because of, yeah, because of the stuff that's in the way. Come here, Lampbot. I'll sort you out manually. But yeah, he's just been sat there for the last couple of streams while I finish off this other robot, because his solar panels get him a little bit of power, but they don't balance out with the amount of power he's using to operate, so he eventually just drains out. So if I put him about there, where there's nothing in his way. Yeah, we can leave him running. He's got 4 hours of power, apparently. Yeah, the Moth was good, but there was a few issues in the way I set her up. The main thing I should have done is given her some legs to land with, because she might have survived the fall a little better, but basically all that was left was a thruster and a battery. All the programming blocks were destroyed. So when I've got this thing done, I am going to build another Moth, a Moth Mark II, and I'll come up with a better design for her. I'll probably use the same design and adapt it a little bit. It is better to burn out than fade away, indeed. But yeah, she left a crater right here, which is annoyingly and almost actually quite luckily directly in the Stalker's patrol route. So had the timing been worse, she might have landed on the Stalker, and it could have been 2 broken mechs for the price of 1. Right, so we want him to sit about there. You have managed to wiggle off-center. No, because you're doing that. You're doing that subgrid wiggle, that's why. Well, we're going to build pistons to try and push you into the center anyway, so... Hey, you're going to sit in the middle. That arm sits there, that arm sits there. It would really help if you were actually in the middle and not wiggling. Because I'm trying to work out spacing, and you're not being massively helpful right now. Oh, I might actually... Oh yeah, that would probably help if I reduce the suspension friction for a minute, so he's not snagging as much. I've got a little bit more wiggle room. At 25 might be too low though. Oh, that's the wrong way. Right, there we go. You are roughly back in the middle again. Right. Try and stay there and not to wiggle too much. So, right, you are going to be sitting, yeah, roughly about there. So, I need to grab you and push you into the middle because you're going to be connecting up there. And that's a very small target to have to hit, so you need to stay nice and centered. So, what are you doing, Lambot? Oh, I need to change your patrol route because you now get confused by this ramp, don't you? Yeah, that was another reason you were switched off. Because you're getting confused by the ramp. Reprogram him later. Yeah, he is wide. I need to make the platform wider, I think. Because I'm going to need, essentially, to put some pistons in. Somewhere around here to shove him into place. I probably need to come out at least 2 more because I need a bit of room for him to get through the gap. Okay, alright then, let's try a couple more of these panels if I can get them in the right place. Oh, that'll be why he's wiggling. Because I've been putting panels down while he's sat on the grid that I'm building on. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Options, options, options. So, it's gonna have to be... We'll keep it simple. I need to push him from somewhere around, centre mass. And I don't want to add a million billion subgrids. I want to keep the subgrid count. Too bad, what's that? Too bad it's not possible to have the brains of Moth 2.0 secure on the base. And for the controls movement, yeah, I mean, you probably could do that with scripts and things, but scripts aren't really my thing. Oh, hello. Anders and Ma? I think that's how you pronounce that. Sorry if I butchered that name. Thank you for joining. Hey, what's with the cat? Oh, do you mean the thing at the top of the stream goal at the top of my stream? Basically, I'm a great lover of cats, and one of my cats is currently a bit ill, and the medication for him is quite expensive. So I've basically just been running a little fundraiser for anyone generous enough to chip in to help with that. Basically, there's a link at the top of the description in the description of this stream. But I'm not really the shilling type, so I don't really promote it and go, please give me money, please give me money kind of thing, but it is there if anybody wants to help out with that. But yeah, that's the deal basically. One of my cats is a bit ill. He's got a nasty skin condition and the medication is expensive. And veterinary treatment in the UK is expensive. As it is. Yeah, right, so... It'd really help if I had the skiff. I need to get up higher and I don't have my jetpack, because I purposely disabled it to be a pain to myself. But yes, thank you for becoming a follower or a subscriber there, Andersen man. Bum bum bum. Yeah, right. So, let's have a think about this, because I'm pretty much... I need to get him in the centre. Now I can use suspensions as bumpers to prevent damage between the subgrids I'm going to build and the pistons that are going to... all the pistons and hinges that are going to push stuff. That actually doesn't look like too bad of a height with both of them. So if I plonk a... not a battery, that's the wrong thing. If I grab a piston, shove it on there, get that welded up. Yeah, that's not too bad of a distance. So I should be able to walk him in through that gap. Oh yeah, I built that for myself, didn't I? Fantastic. What's that, Anderson? Because half a bloody grand is some heavy meds. Yeah, veterinary treatment in the UK is very expensive. I had a cat many years ago, who I don't have anymore, he's no longer with us, but he developed cancer, and the treatment for that cost me over £1,000. Yeah, it's expensive. Yeah, well, the 250 quid, that is just a rough estimate for, like, how much it costs and how much I've sort of spent on this issue at the minute. Basically, all of my content creator money is going on medical treatment for my cat at the minute. So, yeah, any little bit helps. Anyway. What was I doing? I was welding that piston up. I want to see how far it extends, because I need to get a suspension block on the end of it realistically, so I might actually have to move that even further back. I have to set it back a little bit further. Bum 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 bum. Oop, load spike. So that extends out. That is more than enough. That's fine. That pushes on him, and that'd actually push him over centre from there. Okay, so that has got more than enough reach. I want to put suspensions on the end as a bumper, so that's going to be another 2 blocks of space. What was that, Anders? How long a period is that for? Again, it's just sort of a rough estimate. It's been ongoing for a few weeks. Again, the £250 goal, that's just something to put into Streamlabs. And the goal date, like the 28 days, again, that's just running until the end of the month, because that's the way Streamlabs lets you set up tip goals and things. Right, so right, so I'm going to end up moving this back. I need to get a few more blocks of space out of that. Oh, thank you for the Tachcoma there, Chad. Tachcoma is my favourite robot. Right, so I don't want to extend that back much further, but I do want to make that a little bit more structurally secure if I can. I might put a little bit of cross bracing in there on either side. just in case those thin, flimsy little plates get knocked out. So I want to set that back a little bit further. So what I might do... Where are we? We are building there. Bum bum bum, bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Put that there. Oh yeah, there's no connection points down there, is there? That's annoying. Oh yeah, I've built that in the wrong place anyway. Get rid of that. Do 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 do. That's what? 1, 2, 3, 4. They're 5 blocks tall, aren't they? So that's 1 block further out. Let's get a little bit higher up. That's 1. That's 1. And that's 2 blocks further out. That is 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks higher. So, might do something like that. And slap the old piston on the top of there. Then we can have some short suspensions, maybe. Maybe the little tiny ones. Now, which way do I want to angle them? Will it really make much of a difference? Because they will be able to... They'll help as a bit of a bumper. And when mounting them in the right place, they'll also help with grip. Let's try. Let's just experiment with spacing them for now. So if I have 1 and a 2, and if I fly around here without breaking any of the fragile stuff. Oh, radiation exposure, marvellous. Bum 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 bum. Ah yeah, then again, if I use the small ones, the arm is just going to get stuck in between the gaps realistically. If I use the bigger wheels, if I use the 2s actually, they can sit side by side and basically make a little wall of bumper. There we go. Because yeah, I changed the docking platform a bit as well. So notice the collisions for the small wheels. Sometimes that dude and one of my other designs could actually, the connector on the bottom could actually roll over the top of the small wheels, whereas the big ones create a bit more of a barrier and more of a cushion that a block can't get through. So we'll use 2x2 instead, see if that helps. Should do. Hopefully it will. In fact, actually, I'll weld that back up. So it actually does something. There we go. What's that? Have you considered putting a shade canopy on the skiff, similar to what we can find on many pontoon boats? Probably a good idea, actually. The sun's going down anyway. Yeah, that probably is a good idea to put canopy on it, so that I'm not getting irradiated. To be honest, there's a whole bunch of stuff that I keep meaning to do to this, and I keep forgetting to do it off stream. And I don't want to do it on stream because I want to build the projects that I've already got half finished. That's a 5, that's too big. 2x2. So we have a bunch of them all sitting in the middle. Bum, 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 bum. Put a block in there to space them out. I think they only need 1 block of space. I need steel plate to build that stuff, apparently. We've got any left? We've got loads left. Let's get that off the screen. Granted, the canopy wouldn't help much when the sun is low. No, probably wouldn't help much when it's low, but it almost certainly would when it's high in the sky. Okay, we did copy all of that, paste all of that. That'll create a nice wall. If we do, yeah, if we do one more, essentially on this side. Do 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 do. What do I actually want to put in there? So I want to put in something that actually looks good, rather than just throwing armor blocks in there. Where are they? They're not on my build menu. No, they're bloody not. Where are the rounded blocks? Unable to attach wheel. Really? Oh, is it because I put the wheel on the other way round? It's trying to spawn it on the wrong side. Probably. Yep, that'll be the one. Thought as much. Paste that into the middle. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Didn't mean to do that. Let's just put them on there because I want to swap out that block in there. Reach it without falling off. Yes, we can. I want to pop. Where is it? That into that gap. Thank you. So I think it'll look nicer. And 1, 2. Oh, we're full. Oh, I think my inventory's full anyway. I won't be able to get much out because I filled it full of steel plate. I'm an idiot. Instead of Wonderwall by Oasis, we need Wheel Wall song in Oasis. Oh, don't talk to me about Oasis. I cannot stand that band. Ugh. There is far better music in the world than Oasis. Right. Get these welded. I think this should provide a decent bit of protection when the piston moves forward, speaking of pistons, that needs a bit of shear inertia tensor on it. Keep that. Thank you, Stalker. Construction components. Yeah, and that is exactly why I built the Stalker. To be honest, I need to finish off his armor as well, because he's basically got all the controls in him that I need now. So, yeah, we need to get around to filling in the gaps into his armor. Alright, well, I welded that stuff up and I've run out of armor. Materials, and Build Planet says it's empty, so somebody is lying to me. Gimme. As though just not taking up wheel blueprints or something. Bloody construction components. Thank you. Okay, right, if I set that to a max distance of 1, right, that's loads of room left, so let's do 1.5. 1.5 is fine. Have I moved it too far out? No, 2 still pushes it, and he's off-center, so 2 is fine, that's more than enough. We'll put that back to 1.5 for a minute. Okay, so I think that might be okay. You are just jiggling your way off that platform with the subgrid wiggle. Let's actually weld this stuff up so it's actually got some integrity to it. I'm trying to aim at the plate underneath. You not let me aim at the plate underneath? Oh, just about. There we go. I'll get the rest of it up there in a minute. Grab some bits for that. Grab some bits for that. Load that up. Can we just about get to that plate? There we go. Grab some bits. Oh, need to make some bits. Lovely. Right. Right, I need to build another one of those arms and see if this idea is going to work on the other side. What did we do? We did 1, 2, 3, 4 bit. Right, okay. Right, beam block. So I believe it was something like that. Then a piston on the top. Your robots wiggle bring all the mechs to your yard. Certainly do. How did I mount that piston? Sideways so we can see the pipey details at the side. That's the one. Right, I'll plonk that there then. Grab some of that. We will then... Go and grab some of those wheels. Where are they? I can do that and share inertia sensor on. Where are they? There we go. Ah, I've built that the wrong way around. Damn, have I done the other one? Ah, I've done the other one the wrong way around. You know what? Put it all off. I'll redo it from... No, I'll redo it again. I put the rounded blocks the wrong way around. And it'll drive me mad if I don't sort it out. I've just had bugs. You're stuck in a weird attacking loop and not taking any damage. Don't. Don't take chunk out of the base. Oh, oh crap. Thank you. Where's that other one? There he is. Fucking spiders. Ah, right, well he shot off one of the panels there, didn't he? Wonderful. Let's replace that quickly. Vandalising my base. Which one was it? Was it that one? Light armor panel slope, yeah, it's just that one. Yeah, it's the only problem with drone mechs equipped with weapons. They don't take friendly fire into consideration ever. They will just shoot. Occasionally, blow stuff up that you don't want them to blow up by mistake. Right, back to what we were doing. We were doing that on this side. That side. And then we were doing the same thing. On there. Right, cool. Wheel, 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 wheel. All those wheels nice and centered. Ready? 1, 2, 3. And I've already put the piston parts on there. Marvellous. Right, grab some bits. What's that, Andersman? Sorry, I didn't see a message. Streamlabs is being a Birkin and is offering you any payment method to fulfill the donation. That's troubling. The Streamlabs messed up again. Give me a second. I'm going to go and have a look at that. If that link is broken. Then that's not going to be very helpful. Bum 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 bum. Oh yeah, it only seems to be allowing PayPal payments only, no other payment methods. Oh, damn it, that's annoying. That's not something I can really fix on stream. Link is good, I think. Well, I think it is. I can type in message and amount, but it's not giving me an option to pay. No CC, no PP, nothing. I'm talking about the oh, YouTube's having a wobble. Chad, I'm talking about the Streamlabs donation link. Made sure to disable ad blockers and things. I've just checked it and it seemed to work fine for me. I had to select an amount before it would let me click the donate button. Let me try that again. Hopefully not break my stream. Let's get back to building this robot. Streamlabs has always been a pain in the balls. Bum 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 bum. Streamlabs. Donate. Yeah, I think you have to enter an amount before it will let you hit the donate button. Because I can type in a message, but the donate button only becomes active if I type a number into the donate amount. There's a couple of little preset ones there. But you can enter any amount you want, and then when you do that, you can then click on the donate button, and it should come up with a PayPal link after that, or the PayPal payment link. I hope that works for you. Anyway, we will carry on messing with this, because I want to get this all welded up. Have I got the parts yet? Yes, we have. Let's eat a little bit of food, so we don't accidentally starve to death. Bum 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 bum. Where are we going? Oh yeah, right, so. Piston. You can get that far, but all it gets is save this payment option. There is no actual payment option for you to choose. Really? Oh, Streamlabs, are you still being a pain? Mine has a save selected payment methods and then a button to go to the PayPal thing, but I'm not allowed to click on it. I get a thing saying you're not allowed to donate to yourself. Oh, I don't know then. The donate button's working on my end. That's annoying. Yeah, because when I go to that link, it's got the same thing. It's got a little checkbox to save payment method, and then a big yellow button with the PayPal logo on it, but if I click on it, it just tells me I can't donate to myself. Well, thank you for trying anyway. All the way, there we go. Twitch player on my laptop. has crashed. Come on, reload the screen for me, please. Thank you. Right. So... Right, so now that that is welded up, if I push you out 1.5 meters, that pushes you roughly into the middle. You've done a little wiggle and you're now out of alignment. YouTube and Twitch, do you just want to catch up, please? Both of you. Oh, that's you making those noises. Right, let's retract them. Let's get you back into the middle if we can. Do. Hopefully not break anything. There we go. Right. So, other things that we need to do. Seriously, YouTube, just catch up, please. Are you having a wobble? Are you having a moment? Alright, this YouTube is just crashed on my laptop. I'm just going to restart it again so I can see any of your chat messages. Because currently the chat box is freaked out and crashed. Come on, laptop. There we go. Oh, YouTube, you have been getting worse over the last few weeks. Oh, well, we'll just carry on then. Unfortunately, I can't see anybody's chat messages at the minute, because my YouTube chat box that I'm monitoring the stream with has decided to crash, and YouTube is now just not loading on my other computer. Come on, what are you doing? All I want you to do is load YouTube. It's really easy. So we step... Oh, that's a bit too far forward now. There we go. Right. Set him there. Try and open my YouTube chat again. If it wants to load. Internet, why are you doing this today? Unavailable offline. We are connected to the internet. Sorry about this, guys. I don't know if there's anyone even chatting or watching at the minute. Come on, reconnect. We good? Oh god, typical YouTube. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You're gonna reload this time? Connect to the internet. What do you think this computer is doing? Oh, my laptop has disconnected from the internet. Okay, that'd explain it. For God's sake, what do you mean no internet? My main stream is working. How's the other laptop not connecting to the internet? Oh, whatever. Right, well, if anyone's chatting to us in the chat, I will get back to you when my laptop eventually connects back up to the internet, whenever it feels like doing that. Currently, it is just saying no internet access. I don't know why, because this computer's on the internet right now, because I can see my streams working. Right, so now that he is back in the middle and not jiggling anymore, that's kind of pushing him into the middle. But yeah, the grip on the suspension is making that a little bit difficult, so the docking sequence I'm probably going to have to reduce the friction in the suspensions so you can slide a little bit. Yeah, 'cause now he's not snagging anymore. We reconnected to the internet yet? Give YouTube another try, see if it would like to work and join the party. So I can actually chat to anybody that might be watching the stream again. Go on YouTube. Play nice. And again, it's my internet connection that's causing the issues this evening, apparently. Well, one of them. Come on, internet, for God's sake. Catch up. How are you being this slow? The weather isn't even that bad tonight. There we go, I can actually get into my YouTube studio. Right, anyway, so that doesn't look too bad of a distance, the way those arms are spread out, so we might make we might extend these arms, put some hinges on them and build another one of these, that kind of wraps around and pushes on this section of the mech here to keep him from going too... So in case he's gone too far out, it basically pushes him back a little bit into place. Right, is YouTube Studio working again? Is my internet working again? Hey, I can get back into my stream again and see what people are saying again. Possibly. Yep, there you go. It is loaded. Nearly. Where's the chat box? Come on, stream. You can do it, I believe in you. Oh, wrong button. Right, that's the streaming window. Can I have my chat box back, please? Right, so we get around this side. That is not my chat window, YouTube. Come on. Right, so I go around here. Then if I build another one of them. The hinge. We'll grab the parts for that hinge. And one day, YouTube will go back to working properly like it used to. I don't know what they've done to YouTube recently, but it is absolute trash at the moment. Half of everything doesn't seem to work. Just give me my smegging chat window back. You've reloaded everything but the bit that I actually want. Ugh. Oh, for God's sake. Well, sorry I can't talk to you at the moment, guys. Because the chat box on YouTube just seems to have... Oh, there we go. It is finally, 20 minutes later, kicked back in. There we go. Oh, hello, Aya. Hey, dude. How you doing? Don't know when you left that message, but, yeah, I'm okay. Just having a few technical issues with one of my computers that doesn't want to behave itself, or rather, the internet connection it's connected to doesn't want to behave itself. The computer itself is fine. The internet connection is trash. Right, might be able to get my Twitch stream manager working again. Would be also be nice. Did I pick up parts? Ooh. You know what? I don't think I did I? No, the build planner is empty. Oh, I must have grabbed the parts. Oh, there we go. The Twitch stream is now back, and I can actually see it and see the chat. That's good. Bits to load up that? Yeah, cool. Right, so... in case this dude walks out too far... probably going to extend the platform a little bit further. We are going to... build another little arm that's going to kind of wrap around the front a little bit. Hopefully. So wheel, where are you? There you are. So we pop another wheel there. That's sitting in the middle. Dum-da-dum-da-dum. Get a few more. And of course, interior plate. Let's go grab some interior plate. Ooh, where have I gone? There we go. Interior plate. No, of course we don't. Make another whole bunch of that. What are we on? Oh, only an hour and 15. I'm not that far into the stream. I thought I'd been streaming longer. Not too bad. Let's climb up here. Right, so another one with them, and then another suspension block there. Oh yeah, because I built it the wrong way around. Bum bum bum. Take that off. Build it that way around. That's the one. Build another one of them, and then maybe one more wheel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we'll come back and do the actual wheels in a second. Right, that's all my bits. Oh. Right, we'll see how far this extends out. To be honest, actually, I might need that wheel. Oh, that one's backwards, isn't it? Oh, you know what? I'm not replacing it. Oh yeah, that hinge will also probably need a bit of shear inertia tensor to take out the wobble. Yeah, want to grab 3 of them because I almost certainly don't have the large steel tubes on me. Screw V. Okay, right then, that, in theory, we can get to push it in. Like so, at the front. We can build another one on the other side. That can hopefully keep it roughly centered. We also do need to take the friction out of all of these suspensions, actually. Otherwise, that will start snagging on the grids and doing the exact opposite of what I actually want it to do. Oh yeah, that wheel's backwards. Like that. There's just going to be one backwards wheel on here. The other way. That's also going to need 0 friction. I might need to increase the strength. And then we'll build another one on the back as well. to stop it pushing too far out there. And I think that might work. Hopefully. We'll see what happens when I build the one on the other side. Because he's gone a bit wonky already, so we'll see if this concept is even going to do much. I know that it might not actually help that much, but it's worth testing. Those centering arms look a bit tired. Badumts. Ah, nice dad joke there. Nice dad joke. Not sound of meteors crashing. Please don't hit anything important. Yeah, it all looks fine. Ah, Kintaru 1993, thank you for following. Thank you very much. Right, let's get those bits. What are we on? Hour and 20. That's not too bad at all. So yeah, about the 2 hour mark, I will take a quick little break to get a fresh cup of tea and all that jazz, but for the next 40 minutes we are gonna mess around with this daft idea and see if it even actually works. Oh yeah, I always forget, unbuilt mechanical blocks aren't powered, and by default won't have any braking torque. There we go. Right, what were we doing? We were adding another one of them, and then another one of them, then another one of them, and then one more of them. Sweet. Up some of those bits. Oh, spiders! Where's my gun? Where's that spider? We need to set up more base defences. Alright. Thank you. They're looking really good. Badumts once again. Oh, I just killed you. Where's the stalker? What's he doing? Oh, the AI blocks are line of sight based, aren't they? Yeah, there he goes. Now we can see you. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I probably need to build a few more defense robots, to be honest. So there's another one knocking around, because I think the AI offensive block... Oh, you've completely disconnected. That's fantastic. We all good? We all still connected? We're back in the game? Yeah? Cool. Okay. Internet had a little bit of a wobble there. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm back. It's the old living by the sea internet connection wobbles. Kintaru 93. The other side gets tired too. Ah, getting tire jokes on all sides from all streams. Nice. Right. We free of spiders again now. What were we doing? We were grabbing parts, that's what we were doing before we got mercilessly attacked by more sneaky alien spider creatures. missing parts. 1, 2, 3 of those wheels, and then that should be it for that arm. I hope this idea actually works. Probably not, just to annoy me. But we'll see what happens. There's always a way to engineer the problem. What's that, Chad? Seemed kinda rude. Out taking a spider for a walk and the crazy neighbour started taking pot shots at it. Oh, I'd love it if somebody could make a mod where you could basically have a spider farm and like friendly NPC spiders that I could just have in like a pen somewhere on my base for farming purposes. Have them as like livestock, that'd be amazing. Right, share inertial sensor on you. Oop. Yeah, that arm's way out. Do. Oh yeah, that still needs welding up. I need construction components as always. I might need to make that arm a little bit longer. Because if I push that in all the way, it's not really going to do a whole lot. Do. What's that angle? That is currently at 50. If we set that to have a limit of 60. Give that a bit of RPM. Give it a bit of force. There we go. I can push on you. So we then copy all of that. Pop that onto there. Yeah, I think we need to make the arms longer. Oop, fell off. Now I'll build another one at the back. I'm just going to get some basic arms into place. And then we'll see about extending them out. Reconnection successful. Are we? Are we successful? Okay, you are connected to the wrong internet connection. That's why. Why have you done that? That'll be why the internet is all over the place. Oh, internet. Just doing all the silly things. We're back again. Right, we should be reconnected now, properly. Back to the proper internet connection. Are we back? It looks like we're back. Yeah, there we go. Right, we're back. Cool. Awesome. What's that, Kintaro? Why can't you argue with wheels? Because they are pointless. They are indeed pointless. British Telecom, gotta love them. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't help living by the sea. Doesn't matter how good your internet connection is, when you live by the sea, you can all just go. You can all go a bit wrong, regardless. Right, so, it looks like everything is back to normal once again. Yes? Okay, cool. Right, what we do, we are building another arm on the back of here. What's that? Chad, keep building centering arms for mechs and you'll have to consider changing the base name to Mech Hugger Base. Nice. Right, so if we do that, then do another hinge over here, which we will weld up first. Right, have I got the bits for it? No, it's always construction components. Always construction components. And of course, as always, I don't have any. Thank you. Oh yeah. Press that in a second. Right, well that. I'm just going to grab a whole bunch of construction components and stick them in my inventory. Let's make another 100 of them. Construction components. There we go. Tired of running out of them every 2 minutes. Right, there we go. Let's move that back a little bit, and then we can build another one of them, and another one of them. This is where the skiff having some onboard cargo would be handy. Yeah, it would. I've built a better skiff on my in my Alien Survival series because I'm using a similar set of mods in that. I really need to update this one to match, but I've been busy with all kinds of stuff the last few weeks. Being ill, trying to catch up on video stuff. There's loads of things that I need to get around to doing eventually. And what's next? Right, another wheel, another one of them, and then another wheel at least. Hey, that was good. In fact, what am I doing? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Right, now we'll see if this actually even helps. I may end up having to kind of contour sections of the arm to fit in with sections of his body to push him into specific places. Because these arms are mostly just going to be pushing on the outside of him. that might do is just kind of wiggle him around in an awkward way in the middle. So yeah, we might have to rebuild some of the arms to specifically fit the shape of him, and that's going to be awkward. Doable, but it's awkward in survival mode, particularly without a jetpack. It just take a lot of fiddling around. But I am thinking that might end up being a possibility. Might have to reshape some bits. So if we give that some actual force behind it, shear inertia tensor, what did we set the other one to? 60. Go with that as a sort of benchmark for now. Now that has pushed him a little bit, but yeah, I think I might have to build something a little bit more specific to the shape of the top of his body. Same basic idea, but that's the wrong button. So that goes to 70. Because that's not even making any contact at the moment. That's push them out there. That can't go any further than 90 anyway, so we will push it towards 90. What does that do? That shoves him all the way forward right into that. Another one on the other side isn't going to improve that angle because he's already pushed a little bit too far. Bum 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 ba bum ba bum bum. What if we set you 70? Yeah, I'm going to need to increase the length of these arms at the front. That is now just going to slip. Oh, actually, that might be the perfect amount if we just increase the strength of that so it doesn't get pushed in. What happens if we then do that again? I think that's pushing too hard. What if we... What are the others on? What are on 6? What do we have that on 10 maybe? So it's only pushing a little bit. Not too much. Crazy thought into your head. I wonder how difficult it would be to build an AI-controlled docking arm that could connect to the mech by aligning to the mech's beacon. I have thought about that, and I have tried that, and I cannot figure out a way of doing it scriptlessly yet. But I have been trying that for ages, on and off. That is an idea I have considered. Sorry, Kintari, I didn't see your message there. Are you only building mechs? I generally mostly build mechs in Space Engineers. It's kind of my thing. I'm not particularly interested in the whole space aspect of Space Engineers, funnily enough. My main draw towards Space Engineers is all of this crazy mechanical stuff that you can do. There aren't a lot of other games out there that I know of that can do the same thing as Space Engineers to the same degree. Like I've said it before, Space Engineers to me may as well be renamed Mech Engineers. Yeah, we will extend those by another wheel anyway. I don't think that's too far off from working. I just need it to get shoved roughly into the centre. Where are we? We are here. Find the right height and the right camera angle. What's that? You'd like to see Dread's version of Spaceball 1 transforming into Mega Maid. I know that reference, I just can't think of what it is off the top of my head. What are you talking about, Chad? Spaceball 1. Is that as in Spaceballs, the Mel Brooks film? Because I haven't seen that in a very long time. Or is it a reference to something else? Mega Maid. Yeah, I can't say I know exactly what those are off the top of my head at the moment. Movie Spaceball. Yeah. I thought it might be with Spaceball 1. I've not seen Spaceballs for a very long time. I used to have all of Mel Brooks' films on DVD at one point or another, and I have misplaced pretty much all of them over the years. So I do need to rebuy all of that stuff, actually. Young Frankenstein was always my favourite of the Mel Brooks movies. Mostly because it's another one of the Mel Brooks Gene Wilder collaborations. But yeah, Young Frankenstein's definitely my favourite one of his films. Spaceballs is up there, but yeah, Young Frankenstein's my favourite one. Ship transformed into a maid with a vacuum to suck the air out. Yeah, I do vaguely remember that. Like I said, it's been years since I've seen Spaceballs. Mostly all I can remember of that film is Rick Moranis in a oversized Vader costume. Right, so if they are another wheel longer, how much of a clangy death trap is that? You know what, 5 RPM might be a little bit much. It does seem a bit fast, so we'll call it 3 RPM instead. There we go. That shoved that fairly decently into the middle. That's not too bad. It's not too bad at all, actually. What are these hinges? How are they behaving? They're struggling a little bit. They are pushing slightly. You're okay. You are pushing a little bit. That's probably because these suspensions are snagging on there a bit much, so maybe you need to turn that down a bit when he docks up. But that's not too bad at all. We might actually extend the back ones out another block as well, so it's supporting the back of the mech a little bit more. Oh, hang on. That's getting snagged underneath the jetpack, because of course it is. Because of course it is. Don't make me move the whole thing a block higher. I'm probably gonna have to do that. Oh wait, no, it's snagging underneath. Oh, that's problematic. Ah, yeah, it's just the right height. To get snagged on the jetpack. Wicked. Perhaps then the back ones I might end up changing for smaller wheels so they fit underneath it. Because that wheel is it also doesn't help that that's going that far. That probably doesn't need to go as far as 90 degrees anymore. We'll set that back to 60. No, it isn't. Oh, it's just about touching the rotor that the hinge is, that the thrusters are attached to. But if I extend it out by a block, it might not do that anyway. Oh yeah, it's definitely getting jammed under there. That is hella annoying. And you are so completely far out that I need to readjust you. Oh yeah, I turned your grip on your feet all the way down. And then I'll just have to crouch down from there for now. Oh yeah. Right, so if that's set to 0. Let's put that there. Let's put that there. Let's jump back in you. Let's stand back up. It would also help if I retracted everything, so we had some room to move about. That would probably be more sensible if I set it to 0 like all the others. Right, oh, just about made that jump. Right, you are going to land somewhere roughly around there. Then I'll send a docking signal, which will set off these docking arms eventually. I don't want flight mode, that's the wrong button. I want crouch mode. So when we do the docking controls, it'll crouch, it'll send a signal to the base. He'll crouch there, roughly, and then turn the friction on his suspension quite low down. Then these arms will extend, and then these arms and the ones at the back will wrap around and send him rolling away because I turned the friction down way too much. That was clever. Didn't mean to turn it down that far. Try that again. Yeah, I wish there was a bit of consistency in how friction works on voxels compared to how it works on grids. It's very, very, very slippy on grids. Alright, let's try that again. From the top. To be honest, I probably could do with setting up some temporary controls. We will build. Build a basic little control panel. Hopefully we'll build it there so we've got a slightly better view and we're out of the way. Computers is what I've run out of this time, obviously. Dark Helmet, yeah, that's the one, I remember. What's that, Chad? If you struggle to consistently get the Mech to stop in just the right spot, do something Engineered Coffee did and have multiple connectors in a cluster. I quite often do that with the small ones anyway, so they've got a greater chance of connecting to stuff. I think that's how my hanging farming robot, I think he's got a double connector on the back of him. Or I think the base has actually got a double connector on it, but yeah, I do that with the small mechs. I might end up doing it on him, putting two connectors on there. There might be room. What's that 2x block? Nope. Come on, internet. Reconnection successful. Sort your life out. Let everybody watch. Oh, the internet is having a nightmare this evening. What is it up to? Is it going to stabilize? Looks like it's stabilizing again. Hey, we've got a signal back again. Sort of. Right, what were we doing? Oh yeah, we were looking at the name of this guy. Right, we're back in the green again. OBS. You decided to get yourself together. Asteria, oh yeah, that's what we called it. ASTR, right, that was the code I was using with this mech. Or the building designation, whatever you want to call it really. Oh yeah, we get that welded up. Let's get that block up there welded up. Right, so ASTR. That is horrible. AST by is what it would be called. Platform. Piston L01. Copy that. That could be R01. Oh yeah, we also need to weld that up, don't we? Computer. need to make some computers. Oh, to be honest, speaking of tea breaks, Chad, we are just coming up on 2 hours now, so I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea anyway. So, for the moment, so I don't die by asphyxiation or hunger or spiders in the meantime, I'm gonna pop back into him for a second. I'll throw the camera back into spectator mode for a bit, and I'll be back in a few minutes with a fresh cup of tea, and we'll carry on with this docking base, so don't go anywhere, and hopefully the internet doesn't have any more wobbles while I'm away, so yeah, back in a second. Right, hello again. I am now back with a fresh cup of tea. And it looks like the internet has mostly behaved while I've been gone. So what were we up to? We were naming some of these grids so I can set up some controls to make testing a little bit easier. So I've got those platform pistons. AST bay. Platform hinge. That can be front left. These two front ones are basically gonna have the same settings anyway. The rear ones might have separate settings. What's that on at the moment? That is set to 70. I'll copy that. I'll just paste that onto there. And you know what, we may as well build another one on there. Oh yeah, that was something I should have thought about. How much power is left in you? 47. Right, you're going to need to recharge soon. Let's quickly throw together another arm on here. What do we need? What do we need? What do we need? We need to go the wrong way around to the round blocks. I'll have one of them and a hinge. Hinge facing the right way. Get in a little bit closer. Oh, that was handy. Actually had all the parts I needed for a change. Pardon me 1 second. Oh, laptop, you are crap. You always seem to desync from everything else really easily. Right, so we needed that, and then the laptop signal's being awful again. Whatever. As long as the chat keeps working, we don't care. Bum, bum, bum. There we go. Right, we'll have that, and then we'll have another one of them. Then we'll have another one of them. Then we're going to need to move the skiff out a bit more. So we need another one of them. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3 suspension blocks. Then we'll go and grab some bits. Oh, it looks like my laptop is struggling to keep up with the YouTube chat again. So, sorry if anyone's talking to us and leaving messages that I'm not seeing. Hopefully YouTube will get its life together very soon. Where are we? We are going up here. There we go. And there we go. YouTube has got its stuff together, sort of. Crashed and immediately started buffering again. What if I just set my stream monitor signal to the lowest possible video? There we go. Oh, that's fine, Chad. If the chat's been quiet and I've not missed any messages, I mean... Yeah, it's just with my setup, I try not to run everything that I need for streaming off the one computer, so... my stream monitors for Twitch and YouTube are on a separate laptop using its own internet connection, so that my main gaming PC isn't doing all the heavy lifting. And occasionally it likes to lag out because it's a crappy little laptop. So it doesn't affect my ability to stream as long as that internet connection is behaving. It just means occasionally the chat windows I use to talk to all of you guys drops out. Because two computers connected to the same internet connection won't necessarily behave the same way. Oh yeah, right, so let's copy that. Let's paste that onto there. That can be rear left hinge. You need a computer. AST bay. We've got platform hinges. And platform pistoner. I pressed the wrong button. Pistons. The group I need to delete now. That can get deleted. Right, so let's set up some basic testing controls. Button 1, you can be pistons reverse, and button 2, you can be hinges reverse. Yeah, there we go, right. What's that, Chad? YouTube itself has been goofy recently. Chat on livestream defaults to top chats rather than live chats. So sometimes chats don't appear to go through. Yeah, I noticed that before, and it's once again. Speaking of that, Chad, would you believe that my YouTube has done exactly that? I don't think it's made much of a difference anyway, but yeah, I just noticed that my chat window had defaulted to top rather than live. I don't know why you wouldn't want live chat ever. I mean, maybe if you're like a super big famous mega streamer that's got like 10,000 people all sending you messages at once, but still, have it as the default, for God's sake. Anyway, right, let's get this dude back in the middle again. So, away we go. Right, we need to get him roughly at the front, up here. Let's not turn that down to an insane degree. Let's turn it down to 25. Oh yeah, and then he'd need to crouch from there, which is fine. then, you know what? While we're doing some testing, let's go put you back on charge for a minute. Because you do charge pretty quickly. I do need to be lazy and set up some auto docking for that. Oh, I was wondering where the stalker was. He's docked up and charging. Oh, I'm glad to see that docking mechanism actually seems to work properly. Yeah, we need to figure out what to do with the rest of his armour at some stage. Right, so you are now in the middle, waiting for that and that to happen. You're still a bit wonky and off centre. That's the problem, though. Turn that back out again. There we go. Right, now the suspension's down a bit. That's a bit better, but you're still a bit wonky because you've got too much room to move around the front. Oh yeah, I do need to extend the back out a bit. But Malgor VT, thank you for following. I might need to adapt these arms at the front and contour them a bit to fit with this shape here. Because realistically, all that's doing is pushing on the front corner of this cockpit, and it's just got all the freedom in the world to spin round on a wonky angle. The back actually doesn't line up too badly with that arm and the back of there, although I do need to extend those out as well. So we might have to reshape these front arms. Just turn them all back on again, shove him back in. Reverse. That isn't too bad, but he just has too much of a chance to end up on a weird angle, but that is pretty much what I wanted. Yeah, although I do still think I need to extend them out a bit. You're all stuck on that again. Yeah, I need to extend those out a bit. Let's jump back in the skiff again. What's that chat? First time you read a chat from Twitch, you thought you was missing out on chats because you were on top chats. Switched, still didn't see what you replied to, then finally realised. Yeah, because I stream to both Twitch and YouTube these days. I just route it all through Restream. Just so I can be on multiple platforms at once, but yeah, it does mean I get two separate chats coming through. the screen and space engine, the screen and space engineers is already quite busy. Streamlabs can mash both chats together, and I can have it like appearing on screen, but there's already so much going on that even more text boxes would just make it super clustered, I think. Oh, hey Arkville, how you doing, man? Welcome to the party. Oh, what's that, Malgore? Howdy all. I'm making a hug machine. Kind of, and someone else has made a similar joke this evening. Yeah, I'm just trying to make a mechanical docking system for this mech that I'm working on. So I can basically just like walk into it, hit a single button, and then a machine just takes care of it all for me. I mean, I can essentially make a docking system where I carefully get myself in there and line myself up, but I like the challenge of making something mechanical that I can just hit a button and sit back and watch the physics engine and the in-game mechanics do everything for me. So, I think, along the lines of that and mechanical operations, we need to extend these back arms out a little bit further. Stop glitching on the wheel. Speaking of wheels, where are mine? There's one. We need to add another suspension block there. And we need to add another one there. Chad P. Alien movie had face huggers, Alien Planet has mech huggers. Yeah, it certainly does. And I've got a lot of spidery looking mechs. Well, I've got one spidery looking mech wandering around at the minute. I would have more, but it actually takes quite a long time to put them together in a survival mode. Technically this is Pertum, but it's alien to Earth. Like, yeah, it's close enough. Alright, so we'll build another couple of them on the back of here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Go and get the parts for that. Oh, what's that, Malgore? Great minds think alike. Yeah. Yeah, when everyone's got the same sense of humour. Yeah, I think that's a case of great minds thinking alike. Oh, look. The hideous weather is back again. Let's take... Oh, did I not turn any of the friction settings down on any of these wheels? Oh, I definitely need to do that. That's part of the problem. Because they'll be snagging on the blocks. Alright, I'll do that in a second. Oh, why did I drop down there? I need my skiff. And over here. Yeah, I didn't realise I hadn't taken all the friction out of all the wheels. That's gonna be causing some issues. Did I do it for these ones up here? No, I've not done it for any of them apparently. Okay. Right, in that case, let's sort them out properly then. So, suspension, AST bay, platform, suspension, and I'm not going to bother designating differences between them. Oh, Deborah just smacked me in the head, thank you very much. Let's take that out of there, let's make them a little bit stronger. We don't need any power. Bum, 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 bum. We don't need any speed. Set them all to 0. Just for my own peace of mind. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. Ooh, glitch now. Copy, paste. Then I need to put the speed back into it. I'm sure I just took that out. Does that not copy over properly? Height offset. That wants to be back down there again. So I actually want them positioned further forward. Copy all of that. Yeah, friction's all good. Oh, I did some of these and then just didn't finish doing it, and that's the one that's backwards, isn't it? Yeah, that's the one that's backwards. I can't be bothered to put it the right way around at the moment. Be more hassle than it's worth in survival mode. Paste that onto there. And onto there. Yeah, because if these wheels have got friction on them, they'll be gripping the mech, and I kind of don't want it gripping them, I just want it to push it into place, because if there's too much friction, then it can end up getting jammed on a weird angle. We'll turn it all the way down, see what that's like, and then it might end up needing some kind of middle ground, because friction in Space Engineers is a bit of a weird one. It's a bit strange how it works, and I'm still not completely sure of how it works. I just know how it behaves. I'm hoping that is something they make some changes to with SE2. I'm hoping friction works a little bit more realistically, because it doesn't really create drag in SE1, it more creates a chance to get snagged on something, which isn't really why your mech or your rover will be driving along perfectly nicely and then suddenly it snags onto the ground. Hinges. Ooh. Yeah, you're still off by a few degrees there, but actually, that might be remedied by hinge angles. I have them on 65 each, maybe 70 is too much. That on 65. Ow, that's Deborah smacking me again. Yeah, that's not too bad. What are these hinges doing? They're both comfortably at 70 and not stressing out. Okay, and that's basically perfectly gripped the back of there, although that armour is going to get extended eventually. That's not too bad at all. That's not too bad at all, actually. Let's undo it all. Go back in. Stand back up. No, I can't walk back out because the skiff's in the way. I need to move the skiff again. What's your battery like? Oh, you did charge up a little bit. That's fine. That's all retracted. He's standing back up. You need your friction back. There we go. Oh, hey, Aconite Empire. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your messages there, Chad. What is that? Beware of Deborah, she likes to hit you and cause damage. Yeah, she just likes to smack me in the face a lot of the time. At least SE2 has the no damage below 20 meters a second. That is going to that is one of the most interesting prospects of a SE2 for me, is that damage limiter. Because providing the mechanical blocks all basically work the same, the mech building itself will be about as different as it is between building in SE1 and SE2 is already. So, little differences, but not massively different. However, that 20 meter a second damage limiter is going to make mechs a whole lot more viable. And it will also, hopefully, potentially mean you won't always have to rely on using suspensions as foot pads to protect the legs from getting smashed to pieces, because even 6 RPM with one of those hinges is enough to damage the blocks that are attached to the feet, whereas that 20 meter a second, that is quite a lot in terms of mechs walking around. This dude can do like a decent walking speed, but if he is to walk into something at that walking speed, he will smash himself to pieces, as we saw on one of the streams the other week when I was building him and lightly bumped into an unbuilt block and damaged all of the blocks down the front end of him. Right, I'm going to leave him about there. I'm then going to crouch. I need to make a docking control eventually. Set that down to 15 again, so he is a bit slippy and slidey. Oh, spider, spider, where are you? Oh, I had the stalker deal with him. Oh, thank you, stalker. I hope you didn't shoot anything important along the way. Right. A moth in SE2 might actually survive running out of power and crashing into the voxels. Yeah, well that's what I mean. That 20 meter a second thing. It's going to make a big difference to mechs walking around. And also things like damaging themselves, because 20 meters a second is actually quite a lot in realistic terms. And most of my mechs, even this dude here, he's not walking more than like 6 or 7 meters a second. 20 is over double that. They've also mentioned with different like voxel softnesses and hardnesses and stuff like that with SE2. So, like, crashing in sand, for instance, is apparently going to be less damaging than crashing into a rock. Apparently. I don't know if that's been implemented yet, or it's still just a work in progress. Right, so you're now back in the middle. Let's close that up. That all shoves you quite nicely into the middle, actually. Might potentially not have to do anything stupid with any arms. That's sitting comfortably at 70, that's sitting comfortably at 70. That's sitting comfortably, and that's sitting comfortably. So nothing is stressing out. There's no phantom forces messing around. You are now nicely wedged in the middle. I need to get to that rotor that's in the bottom. What did I call that rotor? Rotor. It's that one right there. ASTBY Platform rotor. What you can be. 30 million is a little bit much. We'll call it 10 million for now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros. Upper limit 180. We don't want you going all the way around. We just want you to go halfway around. So I now give that a bit of velocity while he is being suspended there. Yeah, I could maybe put some mag plates in the floor to lock him into position once he has once the clamps are locked in place. He will slip and slide a bit, but that is holding him quite nicely in the center. Even though I'm going to add more armor there, I will try and work that into the design so it pinches the back there. I think the collisions for that cockpit are a bit funky, not quite tight to the model. Can I push that in a little bit more? Yeah, it's pushing on nothingness. Yeah, I thought so. Looking at on this side. Yeah, that's pushing on nothingness. Yeah, so that is actually touching the front of the model, or at least the collision. That's not too bad actually. ASTBY did make a group for it. Oh, you know, it doesn't matter because I'm gonna redo a bunch of controls anyway. Reverse. Yeah, as you can see, he can still shift around in there a fair bit. Probably why it would be a good idea to maybe try and taper these front arms to the shape of the mech a bit more. Or could we perhaps reposition the front ones so I can make use of the steering angle? That's good. It's a weird angle. There we go. Yeah, because actually I might be able to move the those front suspensions around. What's that, Chad? Crashing into water might also be survivable, especially if you crash in an aerodynamic direction rather than blunt force on a flat surface. Yeah, again, I'm really curious about how all the water mechanics are gonna interact with grid physics and things like that. Because they're working on like sort of volumetric water that like flows and has different levels of pressure and stuff like that, so it's going to be interesting to see what we can do with it. And how it's going to affect like grid design. Because I've had a little tinker with some of the stuff you can access through the debug menu, but the water physics that are in the debug controls are very, very unpolished, shall we say. Oh, actually, when I fit this onto here, it's probably gonna give me grief about, yeah, about that wheel being there. Bum 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 bum. Take that off. Let's set all of these wheels to be centered then. That wheel might not actually even have to be there. What's that like when I close that up now? Just about touching. That should be okay. It shouldn't be too bad unless we need to adjust the angle of this anymore. Right, so idea was... There we go. Maybe have that there instead. Get that in the middle. Weld it back up and then set some steer override on it. Let's put that angle as far as we can take it. Then what's that like? We angle into there. Yeah, we can probably actually take this suspension block out. Because if I move that angle around anymore... Oh, actually, now that we've got that in there, we might be able to just put that back where it was. Yeah, we can. Fantastic. There we go, so there's still enough room to do that. Bum 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 bum. If I bump that back up to 70 again. That might be a bit far. You know what, put it back to 65. Do. And do the same thing on the other side. Let's see how that responds. Are you confused, Stalker? You need a little reset. You're gonna get equally as confused again. Just keep spinning all the way around until it gets to something you can actually walk to. There he goes. Right, that's him back on his merry way again. What are we doing? We're doing that. What's the... Oh, sorry, I didn't see the message there, Arcanate. What are you using wheel hover grids there? No, I'm not using any wheel hovery mods. It's just got a load of suspensions on the bottom of it, in case I bump into stuff, because I've had a few issues where I've lined myself up with something I wanted to build and smashed into the side, so put some suspension blocks on the sides to try and act as bumpers, and same with the bottom, so it's got something a bit softer to land on. Yeah, it's just to make it a little bit more damage resistant, because suspension blocks are basically the wheels on the end of suspension blocks are basically invincible. It's just one of the way the wheels are set up. In fact, if you mod the suspension blocks to spawn different things on the front of them, they will also be invincible, which is why I made that mod. Oh yeah, I need to set wheels up. Which is why I made that rotor suspension mod, because that spawns a rotor head on the end of it that you can then use as a bit of a building platform, and all the blocks that are attached to it will be invincible as well. So I've used it to make feet for some of my mechs. I'm sure I just copied that. Copy all. Copy. Paste. Oh, yeah, that one. Backwards, you idiot. Yeah. Right. Okay. Chad explained it. Oh yeah, Chad beat me to it in the chat. Using the wheels as a gliding bed with zero friction makes for pretty epic. Yeah, I have used zero friction wheels on a lot of skimmer mechs in the past. Yeah, they're great for slipping and sliding around the place. There we go. Right, we can actually build that on there now. Don't know why that speed limit keeps going back. I know it doesn't actually affect it on a grid that's not using the wheels, but one thing it doesn't get copied over properly in build planner, build vision. That wants to be the way around. I will just invert the steering. Right. Reverse that over. How is that responding? Right, that is set to 65. That is set to 65. Set that to 67. Set that to 67. We can go further. No, that's not making any difference. It's shoved in about as far as it can go, I think. Right, that is now starting to struggle. Yeah, and that's pushing you in range directions. What can we bring? That's steering override down. What if we make it? 50% there. 50% there. Oh yeah, it's on weird scale, isn't it? 0.5. Where are we? Upper limit. 66 on that side. 66 on that side. That is struggling and fighting. That is struggling and fighting. Yeah, it's definitely connecting with the hitbox of the cockpit, which doesn't match the model in the slightest. Of course it doesn't. Right, okay, right, so I think 65 is pretty much what we're going to have to do there. What are we on? 2 hours 50 minutes. What's that, Chad? Hover wheels, if they also acted as bumpers, would be a neat way of saving space resources when you don't have to build thrusters to fly. Yeah. Yeah, they would be. I mean, there are a few, like, hovercraft type mods out there that are basically just suspension blocks that generate an invisible wheel and have a slightly different model for the base of the suspension. Right, well, that's not too bad. Oh yeah, I need to reset them back to... that. Copy all. Oh, in fact, actually, copy all. Paste that onto there. Copy all. Paste that onto there. Yeah, I do still think I'm probably going to need to get those arms to taper in. And fit the shape of the mech a bit more, because, yeah, you can see he shifts. Eventually sort of slide back into the middle again. Let's try the mag plate idea, actually, before we go mad with the arms. Because as long as he gets into the roughly right position, before he locks down, yeah, it's not too bad. He's pretty centered and he's pretty straight. He's just a little bit over to one side. But yeah, if I do like a little cluster of connectors at the back to connect up to that, that shouldn't be too bad. And yeah, if we lock him down on the floor, probably both of them. Yeah, so we could potentially stick some mag plates, a line of them here and here. And they should be able to grip onto the sides of those suspensions. It would also be a good idea if I weld the rest of these up. So awkward to get to. Yeah, so I could put a strip of mag plates about where we want the feet to land. They might even help guide the wheels in a little bit. Or guide the mech into the correct position. Yeah, okay, right, let's jump back into him. Let's pull that friction back up to something that's not going to be slippy and slidey. What's that, Chad? With the feet wheels set with the steering angles, would a mag plate under the centre of the foot be able to lock, or would they only be able to lock the wheels at point of contact with the grid? We will find out in a second. I think because they're slightly raised up, they should be close enough to connect to the sides of the foot suspensions. Let's pop him out of the way for a second. Crouch back down again. Because yeah, his feet are just made of suspension blocks, essentially. Oh, I didn't make a proper note of where I wanted to line his feet up with. No, we'll just mess around with some ideas. I think it's that one. We'll do a line of 5 there. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4 in from the side. 1, 2, 3, 4 in from the side. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We'll get a load of ingredients for them. We'll see if this works. Because I know from playing with the mag plates before, they do have a collision model that is quite small and pretty well formed to the actual visual model. And they have actually come in handy in the past for certain designs, helping to get things lined up. So, STBY01, magnetic plate, not used for parking, auto lock off. As we don't want this thing to auto lock by mistake. That's them, and then I should be able to do 3 more of these. Oh, what's that, Chad? You've seen mag plates lock onto stuff without actually touching them, but not sure the centre of the feet would be close enough. Like I said, we will find out in a few minutes. Oh, cool, I had all the bits for them. Anyway, wicked. I'm hoping it'll be close enough. Otherwise, I'm going to have to think of something else. I think I might have actually put those mag plates too far out. But we can just replace them or move them around if we need to. Right, so let's get Big Man in here. Actually, the mag plates might not be too bad. Might end up doing another row of them actually on the inside. Ooh. Yeah, I think I've built them a block too far out. They seem to be interfering with the suspension blocks a little bit. These not... Ooh, don't crash into stuff. Yeah, they are, I think, a block too far out. Let's just replace them then. We will copy those settings just to be sure. Carefully remove these ones. Yeah, like I said, these things do have an actual collision model to them. unlike some things that just don't collide with anything. Yeah, it's a symmetrical design. It will drive me insane if I yeah, because if I have them like that, that should be centered under that wheel there. Yeah, it's, oh, I'm grinding the wrong bloody thing. There we go. Oh yeah, also help weld it up, the new ones. Yeah, I'll just weld these up. I should have the bits on me, I can just grind the other ones down. Yeah, that's all good, that's all good. Right, let's get rid of these ones. Go. Making sure not to accidentally grind through the flimsy little steel plates or armor plates. Well, there isn't really any other block that's as compact that I can get as tight to another grid or a large grid. Right, let's see how those mag plates behave, or how the mech responds to having them. Oof. Was that damage clang then? I saw sparks, bad kinds of sparks. Oh, yeah. That plate got a little bit damaged then. In that case, maybe then we only want to have... Come on, take it away. Maybe we only want to have the three where the feet are actually gonna sit. Because the other ones seem to kind of be getting in the way a little bit. Stop jumping out of that like that. Right, let's jump back up there. Ooh. Okay. If you're sitting there roughly like that, we will then crouch you down, and jump out. Yeah, I need to turn the friction down again, don't I? I need to remember to add that into a docking control. That is then there. Jump over here. Mag plates. Let's make a group for them to test stuff with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, that's about correct. Do the mag plates have a mounting surface on the edges? I think they do. I think they do. Why, are you thinking something along the lines of some rails down the sides that the feet can lock to? Potentially an idea. Reorganize this. ASTBY. So first thing, you're going to have switch lock on that, and then reverse and reverse on that, and then reverse on that. So actually, no, it's not going to be that order at all, is it? ASTBY. So first thing we want to do is shove it into position. And once it's in position, it can lock down, and then when it's locked down, it can rotate around. So trigger both of them, shove it into place. We're struggling a little bit. What are you fighting with? That plate at the front. What if we also get rid of that plate? There you go. That's fighting with the feet. There we go. Okay, so I might actually want to put a mag plate back over there behind both of them, because that looks like it's going to be the resting position for the feet. They have all stopped kicking off, so that was definitely snagging on that. That stopped kicking off. Right, all of those have settled down again. So yeah, that suspension was interacting with that block and causing some stuff. I could probably squeeze another mag plate under there, but that is the position we want it to sit in, so then that can lock. We've got green on there, we've got green on there. Right, that is then locked. And we can then rotate it without it jiggling about inside the docking clamp. Wonderful. Right, let's undo all of that and give that another test. What are we on? Just gone past 3 hours. Okay. So that's that. We can undo that, undo that. Cool. Okay, I think this idea might possibly be working. Oh. The internet's had a little bit of a wobble for a second. It should be back any moment. There we go. Signal is back again, kind of. Let's get out of there. We're back again, internet signal. Chad, have you there? Type in the chat for us to let me know that the stream's still working. Oh, there you go, messages. Do the mag plates have mount points? Oh, hello, Ferret. Cheers. Cheers for the confirmation the stream's working. If them being on top of rotating plates causes issues, sorry, my cursor's in the way, maybe embedding them into the plate. Sorry. The issue with that is the connection point is the wrong way around. Because the way I've mounted these plates, the connection point, if I took them out and replaced them with a plate, I'd only be able to put them upside down, which wouldn't do much good. Oh, hello, Quetzal does art. Dread, remember a few streams ago you said if they're not going to be able to have detail-sized pistons, you were going to mod them in. Yeah, I'm still sticking to that. we'll find out what's going on with VS 2.2, because it's apparently been delayed by a week or two from one of Keen's announcements. And then we get our hands on the mechanical blocks and see what they're like and see what's going on with them. I'll probably end up going down that route because I want tiny mechanical blocks. Chad, what was you saying? Then you could have a 3x3 cluster of mag plates for each foot. Yeah, I think the 3x3 clusters is the issue, because of the way the suspensions are angled. I think it's actually working better having them set up like this, so that these mag plates kind of sit in the recess underneath the foot. That seemed to be lining up quite nicely when we had him parked in here, so copy, paste that onto there, paste that onto there. We need to add those new mag plates into that group. Mag plates, add them in. Skiff, you are in a terrible place and you're asking for trouble. Hello, tiny cat. Do you want to get on my lap? Go on then. Get inside the dressing gown. 37%. Right, you're running out of power again. Let's put you back on charge. What's that? Quetzal. Can't wait. Really want to make automatons from Helldivers 2. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff in Helldivers 2 I'd love to be able to make. I mean, I could make it in Space Engineers because the block size, you can't really get the scale right, whereas yeah, those 25cm blocks in SE2, that's like a whole scale of subgrids that Keen are missing out on if they don't intend to officially support 25cm subgrids. I mean, I've messed around with the not a rotor mod, and you can attach 25cm grids to each other with that, so it is possible. What's that, Chad? Yeah, if you can't replace the armor plate with mag plate because of the orientation. Yeah, I think this is the best plan, really. Because I only really need it to grip the feet, realistically. The whole top of the mech is supported by these arms. But I just need him fixed onto the pad so he doesn't slide around. Because otherwise I have to completely redesign the arms and contour them to sections of his body, and that's a pain. What's that? Quetzal. I mean, if Trailmakers can make viable mechs, I think Keen can also. I've still never played Trailmakers. I see it pop up on Steam occasionally, and I see videos for it pop up on my YouTube feed occasionally. But I've never really looked into it myself. Right, so we'll leave him there, slightly awkward, and off to the side in a weird way. Then we'll turn that back down. We'll turn that back down to basically nothing. Bump, bump, bum. We'll close that up. Oh. Something is sticking and something is clanging. I think that wheel is sticking on that mag plate, even though I'm pretty sure the collisions for those wheels are meant to be round. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's because I forgot to put the suspension friction back up. Alright, try this again. Right, there we go. We are roughly in the middle. We're kind of centered over those mag plate pads. Bum bum bum. Right, crouch down. Friction down. Dump 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 dump. Close that up. That shoves them into place. That's got 3 mag plates more or less centered under the legs. He seems pretty central. That can get locked. All 3 mag plates are locked. All 3 mag plates are locked. Groovy. Right, okay. Kinda works. Best method I've got so far. It's not too bad. Yeah. What's that quote? All never played Trailmakers, but seen the Mech builds. Yeah, well, this is it. Those videos keep popping up on my YouTube feed occasionally. Because I follow a lot of space engineers, mech building stuff, so yeah, that stuff appears in my YouTube feed quite a lot. But yeah, I've never tried it out myself either. Okay. Yeah, we might end up redoing the back end of this platform as well, so he's got a nice straight path to walk into. But I might sort that out later. It's not a massive issue for the moment. Right, so I'm kind of happy that that works. So then, once he is in here and he is docked up and he is ready to dock, we need some kind of docking arm in here. Now, how big do I make this platform? That is the wrong thing because I'm not in creative mode. I can't count that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, okay. And then we're actually going to lose a block for the walls. We can do the walls out of half blocks, actually. And then we can just pipe something in upstairs, because we need clearance for that thing to rotate 90 degrees, 180 degrees. So we could do something with these for at least the bottom of the walls. Once we're above that docking thing, then I can pretty much do what I like with the walls. Let's have one there. That's going to stay there because I need that for now. That can go there. I can probably pop some windows into those gaps. And we are inevitably going to want to build some kind of computer for the docking system in here. So keep things compact. I need for it? To be honest, I don't need anything fancier than that. Probably just do a hinge. And then we can just cover it up at the back with something else, with some other blocks. Keep it protected. Ish. Oh my god. Radiation exposure. I didn't realise it was that bad. Ah, crap. I'm gonna die. 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 This probably isn't going to help me much. Or if I just sit here for a second and watch all my stats fight with each other. There we go. I am now not dying slowly of radiation poisoning. I should probably turn the HUD warnings back on, although I don't know if there is one for radiation exposure. Oh, you know what, while we're in here and waiting for the radiation to subside, let's set some farming up. So, what have we got? I've got raw meat on me that I don't need. Get that cooked. Have we got seeds knocking about? We've got loads of fruit seeds. Let's make some grain and some veggie seeds while we're here. We'll make 20 of each of them. Right, do the meat in a bit. I want the seeds first, thank you. What are our supplies like, actually? We've got a healthy stock of everything now. It doesn't really matter what I grow. We are slightly short of grain and veggies compared to fruit. So I'll do one thing of fruit. There we go. Seeds. Vegetable seeds. What we like for veggies versus grain? About the same. We'll do a bunch of veggies down that side. Oh, the storm's cleared. Marvellous. Get them again, and grain seeds. Yeah, man. Make us a few more of them. Right, 7. That should be... Well, oh no, that's not... Oh, nowhere near enough. I need 14, don't I? Because I did a row of 7. That's 11. That's 13. One more, please. Thank you. What's that, chat? There is a mod out there that turns showers into anti-radiation units when you enter and shower and wash off some radiation. Oh, that's cool. If people have suggestions for mods, leave a comment with them on the stream. Because people often suggest mods and then I completely forget what they are within a week. Whereas if you leave a comment on the stream with either a link or just a reminder, I'm more likely to remember, because I get the YouTube notification when people leave comments. Whereas my own ADHD brain will just forget until the next time somebody mentions it, and then I'll remember and go, oh yeah, and then I'll forget again. Right, that's that. Let's, you know, sod it. go back out there. Right, see you later, robots. Bum, 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 bum. Right, so I was going to add a small head onto that magically floats until you fill in some of the model. We'll build a docking computer off that. Yeah, I want to keep that gap as clear as possible for them, so we need to go up at least one more half block, and then we can go back to full blocks again after that if necessary. It is a bit mind-bending sometimes, swapping between building in SE1 and building SE2, because some of the drastic differences between the two. Right, what half armor blocks have we got? What's that? With Ice Potato Food mod, you can also make potato vodka, which works like... Oh, yes, I have actually got that mod for something else I've been working on. I might chuck that on this save file next week then, because I do have that. I didn't realise his VXI vodka was anti-radiation as well. Cool. Yeah, I might chuck that on for next week actually, because I do have that sitting in my mod list already. I just haven't added it to this save file. Half blocks that we could put in there that aren't just armor blocks. Oh, where are the pipe blocks? I'll stick it there for now, because that junction one with the valves on it, quite a cool looking block. Have to. I just had to disable my jetpack, didn't I? Oh, hello, Stalker. At least you work properly now, mate. Do. Yeah, so are we all excited for the next Space Engineers 1 update? This new economy overhaul thing that they're doing. Right, so that's actually not too bad, I don't think. So I could potentially chuck on another one of them and go back into some full armor blocks above there. That should be more... Ooh, wrong button. That should be more than enough room for that to rotate around. Bit too low, bit too high. That there. Yeah, I'd really like to get a few more decorative blocks that are in this half block kind of size for filling in half block gaps when we have them, because just using armor, I mean, armor's good, it protects, but sometimes it's just not as interesting to look at. Oh. Says while falling down. EC's coffee food mod lets you craft coffee that replenishes some suit power too. Oh yeah. Yes. I've got EC's coffee mod as well actually. Yeah, so I might drop them into this game for the fun of it. To be honest, I've been looking at EC and IA's food mods, and I've been thinking of making my own one, because I see EC's got his branded coffee, and I'm not much of a coffee fan. I am a tea drinker, and I know he's made his own tea mod, but I'm specifically an Earl Grey tea drinker. And when I get the time to do it, I'm thinking of making my own Earl Grey tea mod, or just a food mod with some of my own particular things that I like. Because I was also looking, because they've got their drinks there as well. I was thinking of doing rice and making sake or something like that as well, but having some Earl Grey tea is a massive priority for me at the minute. I need it in real life, and I need it in this game. Okay, right, well that is easily going to be enough room for that to rotate around 180 degrees. That is fine. What we need to do now is work out a docking arm and where on earth that is going to go and how it is going to function. So we could then bring the roof up a bit, and potentially we're going to need that room to swing around in. We could potentially... But don't forget the half-block troffer lights. Oh yeah, I might slap some of those half-block troffer lights in here for a bit of interior lighting. Yeah, I might do that actually. Is that the sound of a... I think that was the sound of a bug. You have indeed successfully redeemed that Tachikoma for 5 bones, but Streamlabs doesn't seem to be doing it. Oh well, that's annoying. Right, so my alerts box broken. Probably. No Streamlab redemption's broken. Do. Not that one. Go to that one. Let me test it out and see if it actually worked from here. Do. And I run the test version. That worked there. Streamlabs redemptions are being a dick, apparently. Okay. They're working for me when I test them manually. Automated version. Oh, did it play on your end? Okay, it didn't come up on my stream. On OBS. Interesting. Alright, whatever. I will one day get to the bottom of yeah, one day I'll get to the bottom of how Streamlabs actually work. Because yeah, I've seen you type that in the chat. I waited for it to pop up on my OBS. And it didn't, but apparently you saw it anyway, and I'm getting irradiated again, so... Ugh. Yeah, I need to make a little parasol, or a sun shield, on the skiff, I think. I might tinker with that at some point. Right, I'll just sit in here and de-irradiate for a second. How's that stuff getting on? That's getting on alright. 44,000 ice, that's fine. That'll last us a while. I still not found any mushrooms on this planet, but saying that, I haven't actually gone exploring properly for a few weeks or a few streams. I did actually, at some point, when I was just messing around in this save game between streams, I did end up finding a silver signal. I didn't mine any because I thought I'd leave it to do that on stream, but we have got a silver signal, like a few kilometers over there, that we can go investigate at some stage and get some silver and build ourselves a better medical station. Because I've still only got the original survival kit that I scavenged off the Zebra before I replaced it with a cargo container. Right, that's down to 33. Is that sun still poisonous? Sun still want to murder me? Yes, the sun still does want to murder me. Great. Bum. It's kind of hard to work in the sunshine when you're getting radiated by it. You know what? Let's take you over here. Sit you in the shade for a minute. Bum. Let's get you on the floor, actually. Oh, your battery's at 92% now. Amazing. Right, let's de-irradiate a little bit, and let's put a sun shield of some description on here, so I'm not constantly getting melted. Oh, that's annoying. I need the skiff to get up and build the skiff. What do we go with that? So, how high do I need that to be? We need to be a little bit higher than that. Actually, I might mount those that way instead. Do I climb up there? Will that get in the way of my stupid face? Probably. Let's take that off. Put it the correct way around. Then we could do that. And we could potentially do that with a few half blocks. Can I still climb up that ladder and through here? Yes, just about. Cool, okay. That might work actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't want to cover the entire thing completely. Or do I? No, I don't. I want to cover it entirely. And I've run out of steel, obviously. Chat's disconnected. Of course it's disconnected. Unable to connect to chat. That's because the internet my laptop is connected to is having a hissy fit again. So, sorry if anyone's chatting away and I can't respond to it yet. I'm just waiting for that internet connection to sort its life out. Bum, steel plates. Grab a whole bunch of that. That sun's still poisonous. No? Alright, typical. Yeah, okay, I can still climb into that. That seems to be working. And the internet seems to kind of be connected again. Let's just refresh the page and hopefully YouTube gets its act together again. Yeah, we have a little roof on the back of it, and hopefully that is enough. Keep us from getting badly radiated. How do I miss a block there? Really? YouTube struggling to reload again. Oh, it's getting there, bit by bit. Might get my chat window back again. And the chat is back. The stream did go choppy for a second. Yeah, maybe it did. Like I said, internet's always a bit fussy. One day when I'm a professional streamer that does it for a living, maybe I'll be able to afford a better internet connection. Got the bits for that? We have got bits for that. We haven't got bits for that though. Of course we haven't. Did I add that to the list? I did. Ah, more tubes. What's that? Welcome to Dread's Awning Emporium. We got you covered. Oh, you're on fire with the bad jokes tonight, man. Awesome. Yeah, right, cool. We can just about fit in there. That does make it slightly awkward to fly in third person, but whatever. Oh look, and we're getting sun exposure again, so we can test it out. Cool. How to make the base on the planet with the terrible thin atmosphere that radiates you. If I stand there, does that actually make a difference? Yes, it is actually going down when I hide under the awning. Okay, cool. Right, I'm glad the awning does make a difference. I didn't just do it for nothing. Let's try and get in a position where we're not getting nuked. There we go. Right, so docking arm for this thing. I'm going to wrap this up in about 15 minutes, but we will get something basic set up. So need that block to swing around. Oh yeah, we're going to mount it somewhere like that, aren't we? I want it to hang about there. Okay, I've got a rough idea of what I can do. So, I want to have some kind of conveyor connection going through the roof, because this needs to provide charge and ammo. And then yeah, and then we'll have a block pointing down. Oh, Troffer light reminder. Yeah, cheers, dude. I will get to that. I probably won't even get to it on this stream. I want to get this arm idea done. So, that way, positive RPM will extend it out. Let's get around here a bit more. Right, that can go. And we will attach a medium head to it, potentially. I of course need large tubes. I always need large tubes. Get that out of there without smacking into anything. Right, let's grab some more bits. Yeah, because I can build an arm coming down from the roof with some pistons on it maybe to extend it out that meets that. That's not too difficult. I've built systems like that plenty of time before. What was that was broken? The ladder. Oh, have I smacked that at some point? Oh, get off the ladder. I must have knocked the ladder at some point. Let's get some tubes to fix that. There we go. I do wish we had some smaller ladder sections. Like 1 block sections so you can make a ladder as tall as you want it to. Because I literally only need 1 rung essentially to get onto there effectively. Did I even grab the parts for this rotor? Hinge. Didn't even grab the bits, did I? Right back down again. Actually go and grab the right things this time. I don't even have them. There we go. There we go. You can have that like that. You can have that like that. You can also paint that a more appropriate colour. Where are we? We are there. Ooh, that is a hideous angle. I'm far too close. Then we need to get some extension down there. So I might actually end up having to swap this out for a small rotor, small hinge head. Depends how much room I've got. Between here and the wall. That piston. That would be alright actually. So then we'd have that like that. Then we'd also need another hinge on the end of this. We would also want to face that way, I think, to make it easier for the programming. And I'm always short of large steel tubes. Come on, let me just target the hinge head. Just the hinge head. Where's that? There it is. Got just enough room to land in there. And make more parts, why don't we? Come on, tubes. There we go. Oh. Bumping into stuff slightly. Meteor storm inbound. Please don't hit anything expensive. Did I grab parts for a piston? No. Oh, am I really out of construction components again? Typical. So we can grab that while I'm here. So I should be able to make a little arm that folds down and meets up with the connector on the back of the Mech. One wrong turn and you'll fall off the ladder. Bug dump. Well done again, Chad. Bum bum bum. You know what, I might go a little bit longer tonight, seeing as I've been away from it for a few weeks. I might do an extra half hour or so. So I'd like to try and get some of this arm idea working before next week. Right, so that can fold all the way back up into there. That's still got a little bit of room there. So, if I set that back to 0, push that out a little bit, that's going to go down to about there. You need an arm that attaches onto there and extends out again to meet up with. Come on. There we go. Right, how do I want to do that? That will want to be. I want to block. corner block and another piston. Yeah, essentially. Ooh. There we go. Right, let's try and get ourselves in a better position here. Right, so let's bring you back a bit. Let's bring you back a bit as well. So if we say extend that 1 meter, doesn't need to go massively far. It'd also help if we welded up the last of this. What's that, Chad? You can't help it. Building this means you're arming the docking system. Oh. Yeah, I think that is how I damaged the ladder last time. Just landing a little bit too hard. Let's grab a few more of these bits. Oh. That's the sound of a farming robot in action somewhere. Or, oh, that's the sound of it docking. Oh, that is the sound of a spider in my face. Ow, 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 ow. Cheers, Stalker. Thank you for that. That was really helpful. Well, that was embarrassing. Getting nailed by my own defense drone. Apparently I couldn't get away from the spider quick enough. Where's my stuff? Cheers, Stalker. You, Megan. Dead spider. There's a dead spider over there. He can stay over there. Let's eat some of that so I don't starve to death. Oopsie, friendly fire is no joke. No, it certainly isn't. Especially when you've got twin Gatling guns pointing at your face. Who's beeping? Oh, you're beeping. Yeah, it was one of the... It was one of those robots. What was I doing? Oh yeah, bits for pistons. I grabbed all the bits, didn't I? Yeah, build planner is empty. Right, I should have the bits for that piston. We're on 83 battery, that's fine. Weld that, weld that. Weld that. So what angle are you at? You're at minus 20. Let's call it... Oh, hang on. Let's call it minus 25? Oop. Minus 5. Oop. Positive 5. So you're going to sit 25 degrees. Okie doke. And if we get you... set you back to... Set you to 5 degrees for now. I also need to see what the extension on that's like. So we do a meter on that. And have another hinge and some connectors on the end of that. That should reach okay. Angle around a little bit. Bum, 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 bum. Which way do we want things to turn? Yeah. I think I want to mount the hinge that way. There's it. And then from there we could have I wish they had just one more connection point to the other side, so they were like a T-join. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. That's what you get for doing unpowered hinges. There we go. Yeah. Not close enough. Need large tubes, and oh yeah, may as well grab the recipes for them and grab the recipe for that. Right, grab a few more bits. Yeah, because I can set up the docking arm to move into position, and I can also get it to detect when it's got a viable docking connection in range, and then use that to stop all the mechanical motion. So essentially I can get it to stop the pistons and things extending once it's found a docking signal to connect to. Yeah man, where's the other connection point? There it is. Right, that wants to move back round again. That wants to extend out. There we go. So that can connect there. I might actually even be able to get away with just a single connection, maybe. Then it's all just a bit of maths to get it all lined up. Yeah, there we go. That's about the right angle. So if we set that upper limit to 20. That needs some shear inertia tensor. That needs a bit of torque on either side. Yeah, then that folds away in the correct direction. So that's a little bit high up. So what can we do about that? We can bend that down a bit. Where are we at? 1.125. That doesn't look too bad actually. 125. Yeah, so that's firmly connected to that. That is as far as that's going to push. So, we can then... Yeah, because I'll set that up to detect that connection, and when it gets within locking range, it'll stop that piston from pushing, and it'll just lock down wherever is most comfortable for it. So you know what, I think I'm actually going to get rid of that. So I reckon I can get away with just the one, providing we can consistently get him nice and centered. So yeah, that can retract. That will reverse the other way. That will have some shear inertia tensor on it and some other settings. That's too much. Don't need 5 million kilonewtons of force on that. Ah, crap, I've mounted that hinge the wrong way around. Yeah, I wanted to put that the other way around. Damn. Because now a positive value folds that up rather than retract it. Now we'll just copy some settings, it'll be fine. Right, I'm just going to quickly rebuild that, but with that arm facing the right way round. That needs to face backwards, and that needs to... yeah, that's facing the floor, that needs to face out. Because I can essentially set up the controls nice and easily if I mount the hinges and rotors all the same way around. Or the hinges, rather. I'm not using rotors for this arm. But that just needs to be the other way around. Can I get to that so it doesn't drop? Thank you. Do need to reverse that though. So that needs to face out. Is what we decided. Bum. That arm was in a bloody awkward place. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, easy now. Don't want to crash. There we go. And then it was piston hinge pointing at the floor, and connector, where have I put them? There we go. Oh yeah. Always forget about that. Right, so what did we decide? I need to quickly reprogram a bit of that, or just reset a bit of that. So we did 1.25 for both of those pistons, didn't we? And then that's the other way around now, so what angle was that? Is it like 10 degrees, I think? Yeah, we'll set the upper limit to -10. Shear inertia tensor. Bit of torque. Stop it wiggling too much. I need to increase that at some point. And then Yeah, a little bit of force. Nope. Reverse a bit. It must have been less than that. Was it 5 degrees? Starting to look like the arms of a praying mantis, the way you have it folding up. Yeah, kind of. It was just touching before. I didn't have it set as high as 20. Hang on, which hinge did I grab details from before? I didn't, I grabbed it. Oh yeah, I grabbed it. Bum, 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 bum. Was that going to be... No, it was never going to be that much. Maybe that was a maximum of 20. I can't remember. Oh yeah, it must be, because it all lines up quite nicely. Yeah, that must be the one then. Right, so that should mean when I retract these pistons up, oh, that might be problematic. I don't think I've got enough space to fold that up nicely. Have I? No, blocking the way. Smack. That can just retract then to blue 5. Doesn't have to go all the way back in. Or does it? We'll find out in a second. Reverse. Or not. Reverse that background. Reverse that background. If that is scrubbing a little bit. How much room have we got to the wall? We've actually got a little bit more space there. If I call that 0.75. Might scrub against the wall. Let's call that a little bit less than that then. 0.65. And we should be able to have all of them fold out nicely. And then have the pistons extend out, and then when they detect that connection, the pistons can stop. Yeah, okay. I think that might work. Alright, so what have I got there? I've got a group for hinges and a group for pistons. That's not too bad. Let's quickly sort these out. So that's going to be... Just doesn't need to be a massive amount. That can be called ASTBY. Docking arm hinge 1. They've all got slightly different settings, so I can't just cut and paste the names, which is a bit of a pain. ASTBY. Docking arm hinge number 2. Motion sensor on you. Actually, I might not need it on the under one. I might take that off again. That's all set up. ASTBY-01. Docking arm hinge number 3. Docking arm piston. Again, a bit of shear inertia sensor to take the wobble out. A little bit of extra force, just because the minimum settings are really quite low. Copy that. Pull that number 1. Paste that. Pull that number 2. Yeah, cool. Docking armrest versus Elman hinge. If I was going to do separate things with them, I probably would, but they are all going to move in sequence, those hinges, so they're always going to be part of the same group. Same with these pistons as well. Because that one has to extend further than that one, so that one should reach its full extension before that one gets in close. Oh, and we'll call that ASTBY. Docking port. Right, cool. Let's get you out of the way. Get you down there, get your batteries off. Get my lights on so I can see what I'm doing. And I might need to build another button pad. In fact, I'll build the other button pad back here where I can see what it's actually doing. While I mess with this stuff. I'm not in the way of that, am I? Shouldn't be. Hopefully not, actually. We'll build it there. That way we're definitely out of the way. Bits, please. Cannot withdraw components. If I run out of iron, I have run out of iron, obviously. Typical. Have I really not got enough to just build this button panel? Of course, it's construction components I'm short of. Just disassemble a bunch of them. Thank you. Nope. Right, okay. Then on this control pad for now. Oh, I actually need to make the group start. ASTBY docking. Hinges. Right, make a group for them. And we'll make a group for those pistons. Have that docking port there. And just to quickly test out an idea. No, obviously that's not going to do anything. Oh, I'm just going to have to go and mine a bit of ore, aren't I? It'll only take 2 minutes. Yeah, we need to take one of those barriers down. Let's come at it from this side. Right, I want to dig about there. Just need to get rid of that barrier first. The anti-mech barrier so they don't walk into the death pit. You are so... Ooh, crap. Crap. Falling down the hole. And I'm down the hole. That is sitting over a bit of an iron deposit anyway, so that's fine. Where's my way out? There it is. Back into the mining contraption. Arkville, curious how the hangar system will work. Can my mothership hangar drones as well as print them? The hangar system? Do you mean, what do you mean the hangar system? We might actually need to shift over there slightly. Get that. Yeah, lined up about there. And let the drone loose. Chad, that route I took out was the original dig hole that I made when I was mining it by hand. Before, that's why it's got this little bit here, because that was where I've been drilling. Run him for a minute, he should get through all that junk. Right, I'm just gonna quickly hop into here and leave you with this view for a minute. I just need to quickly pop downstairs. I'll be back in 2 minutes, and you can just enjoy a view of him drilling away for a second. I am back. Right, how far did you get in the last minute or two? Oh, it's not done too bad, although that is a bit patchy for iron there, it would seem. We'll just recall him there. That should be enough to last us for a little bit at least. Right, we will lock down again. Groovy. How much iron did you grab then? Oop. How much iron did you just actually grab? 29,000. Oh, that's fine. Nearly 30 tons. That'll keep us going for a minute. Not got the greatest turning circle, this thing, but it's pretty functional. There we go. Close enough to lock down. Just gonna quickly slap some panels in here so the stupid mechs don't fall down the hole by mistake. Yeah, that's a bit of a gap. I'll just stick that there, that'll be fine. Right, how's the base made my bits now? So I can finish off this docking arm. I've gone on a little bit longer than I usually would, but why not, as soon as I've not been as active recently with the streaming, and it's been a while since I've done one of these streams for this series. Did I get all the bits then? Oh, it was that with building, wasn't it? Apparently I didn't pick up any bits. Oh yeah, I just ran and got iron, didn't I? Right, cool, okay, got bits again. Wonderful. That's the wrong way round. Spin that the other way. So, rough idea for... where the hell are they? Rough idea for some controls for this docking station. We build an event controller there, which obviously need components for, again. So I'll build a whole bunch of docking event controllers for all of this nonsense, but I'll just call that controller docking arm for now. So this is just a rough test of an idea. So docking arm, where's that controller? Right, you are going to look at connector ready idle. You're going to look at the docking port on the end of that arm, and when you detect something, docking on pistons, that's the one, you are going to set the velocity on those pistons to 0. And you're also going to lock down. Cool, right, so. Dock arm. Pistons. reverse retract. Oh yeah, that's going to be a thing. I'm going to have to reset that after everything. Yeah. You know what, I'll just do that instead. I'll set one button to 1. I will set the other button to -1. We'll set that button to reverse, whatever that is. And we'll set that to switch. Lock. Right, so. Oh, that. Oh yeah. That needs its minimum limit, actually. They're not quite the same. There we go, so that's that. That's that. Okay. Docking arm hinges -5, set them all the same. There we go. Why is that button not working? Whatever. Actually, it's not really whatever. I need you to work. Oh, that's the platform hinges. ASTBY. Docking arm hinges. There we go. Alright, I don't know what I did with that button before. Maybe I was activating something else. Right, so let's... Oh yeah, actually, before I do that full test. So what this is going to do is once that has spun around and locked, that will deploy. That will deploy, and there we go. That is now locked down automatically and taken the velocity out of that. So it's not pushing, nothing seems to be clanging around, which is good. Oh yeah, although that has now created a docking loop and that is permanently trying to lock. There we go, so that is now unlocked again, so that is going to need to turn itself off when that locks. And that can all get retracted. That'll work like so, and then when he's finished doing his charging and refueling, we will undo all of them. And then we will be able to walk out of here. Ooh, hello. What are you doing there? Easy now. The physics engine. Getting confused. Speaking of getting confused, Lampbot, you're totally in the way for the experiments I want to do. Can you just at least go back to your patrol route for a little bit? Move out of the way. No, you can't. Ooh, why is the control gone? Weird. You know what? Just sit there, I'll fix you later. You're out of the way now, that'll do. Okay, right, so... Oh yeah, that will also, when we leave... Crap, those arms are so big now. It's not going to have the room to spin around when the arms open, so once we have left the docking pad, those arms are going to need to fold back in again. Then it'll be able to rotate, because otherwise those arms are just going to smash through here, or I may need to make the building another 2 blocks wider. Yeah, and then we can set it when it gets back to the hinges open back up again. Yeah, just going to have to close up when it rotates. So that is the correct way around to get in. Let's get you back down on the floor. Let's jump back into you. Let's get you standing back up again. Right. Turn around. Balance control should keep us upright, mostly. Right, then we can walk our mech up the ramp into position. Oof. That's a bit close, isn't it? Might need to put some kind of bumper there. Didn't realise that was going to be quite so close. Well, that is a good indication that I am too close. I might be able to put... might potentially be able to put something on that docking arm. Yeah, that we don't really want to go further than that anyway. So now we are there, we can crouch back down, roughly in position. Yep, looks about okay. Then the docking sequence would have to drop the friction on the wheels back down, so we can get pushed around a little bit, and then once he's in there, we would close up the pistons and the hinges. See, yeah, he's still a bit wonky there. He's way out on that side. Oh, he corrected himself. Okay. Okay, maybe we put a delay timer in there so he's got time to correct himself, because... yeah, having the mag plates underneath the wheels seems to push the collisions into that position. So yeah, maybe 5-10 second delay, something like that. And then that'll lock down, and then once that's locked down, we can rotate the whole thing around. And then we can have an event controller that checks that rotor down there, and then when that gets in position, we can, not do the docking pistons, you fool, don't break it, put them in the wrong order. We can do the hinges, then we can do the pistons, and then that will lock down, although I forgot to turn that back on. So then, hinges, pistons, docking connection, and there we go. We are docked up. He's firmly secured. He's connected to the base. Once we finish that docking connection, he should be able to pull ammunition. Oh, I've got a slightly better way of doing these arms now, but I won't be able to do it on him without completely rebuilding the way his arms made. But yeah, oh hey Ledner. Baby gates around the doom hole. Indeed, the robots can't be trusted not to wander into the doom hole when they get confused. So yeah, there are baby gates all around it essentially. Right, so that docking arm works pretty well. The docking connector setup works alright. Let's put this back on charge again for next week, so it is not running out of power. I do like it with a little roof on it now. I need to change the paint job on it so it's a little bit more like a tin roof. So yeah, okay, I'm going to give that another quick test, just to see how it does lock into there. So yeah, oh yeah, I need to turn that off again, because that creates an infinite docking loop. That can detach, that can retract, that can retract, that can go back up there. And that, and that can all detach. And then we put the friction back to normal. When we launch, we stand back up, and we mosey on out again. And go and do whatever it is we're planning to do. Then when we come back, provided we don't tip over, balance control should be keeping an eye on that. Oh yeah, that needs to be automated again, doesn't it? To reconnect, reconnection successful. Right, there we go. Sorry about that, guys. We are back in the game again, although we are on the lesser of my 2 internet connections, so it might get a bit choppy, but to be honest, I am going to be wrapping this up soon. Anyway, as I was saying, right, that is all now rotated back round again into the starting position. So I'll give this all another wee little test. That can go off, that can go on. Stand back up. Oh yeah, smeg. Got to open that back up again. So yeah, that will rotate back round. That will open back up again, because that will just smash through them with that open. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Up we go. On the blocks is a little bit funny. Oop. Friction on the blocks is going a bit funny. Come on, game. Work with me. Right, about there. That is very close to there. Might potentially need to move that hinge set up another block higher, because that is very close to the mech's face. It's a little bit closer than I'd like it to be. Anyway, we are now in the correct position, so we can then crouch back down again. We can reduce that friction back down again, and then once we're in that position, we'll have a docking relay set up, so that'll send the signal to the base, and then the docking relay will then activate those two, shove them into position without breaking anything. Yeah, that seemed to work a bit better that time. Cool, and then we'll have an event controller that detects when either the pistons or the hinges are at full extension. Probably the hinges. Then that event controller will then trigger mag plate lock, and then when we'll then have another event controller that detects the mag plate lock, and when it detects that will then rotate the rotor, Then we'll have another event controller looking at that rotor, and when that gets all the way around here, it will then trigger those hinges and those pistons together, which I haven't done yet. It will also turn that back on, and then that will connect back up to that, and then that will be the docking system. So I need to work out exactly how many event controllers I need for this, because I like to make them look sort of aesthetically pleasing. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. That seems to have worked out quite nicely. I need to turn that off HUD, but yeah, deal with that later. Yeah, anyway, that has worked out quite nicely. What's that, Chad? Thinking that the centering arms should be manually activated rather than automatic when the mech crouches, otherwise when you crouch to get in, out, it'll be sending that signal. No, I'll have it on a separate thing. I will have the crouch button tied into a docking control rather than the docking control tied into the crouch. That's why I set those things up with a light, so it can act like a switch. Yeah, there's absolutely a way of doing it where crouching is part of the docking system, without the entire crouch mode being part of that docking system. That will be fine, that's easily programmable. But yeah, right, I'm pretty happy with that. That works quite well. I've got a rough idea of what space I need to fill in to cover this building up. So yeah, I think I'm going to leave this stream here for now, because that's nearly 5 hours, and it's a bit longer than I normally do for these streams. So yeah, next time, I'll be back next Sunday for more of this, and next week we will finish off this docking system. I'll have a little think about how I'm going to program it all, and get something set up for that. So we can go through the ridiculous programming system that's going to involve, because it's going to be a little bit more complex than the Stalker's docking system. A few more steps involved. I will also be back tomorrow evening to stream more Elite Dangerous, just for fun, because I've been doing a lot of Elite Dangerous stuff recently. I'll be back on Wednesday as well for more Space Engineers 2. We will carry on setting up hangars for when VS.2.2 finally drops, and I can start possibly maybe building some mechanical things. We'll see what kind of state the rotors are in when we get them, eventually. And yeah, like I said, I'll be back for more of this on Sunday, so thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, everybody over on Twitch and on stream. Oh, sorry, McGosey, I didn't see your message back there on my other screen. Glad to have you with us. Oh, cheers, Arkville. I will see all of you guys later. So, yeah, tomorrow, Elite Dangerous, Wednesday, SE2, and maybe some more Elite Dangerous on Friday, and then more of this next Sunday. So, yeah, thanks for watching, and I will see you all next time. So, goodbye for now, guys.